What'd you do? Just kidding. Happy Friday, Junior. We. Oh, the sciatic pain. That's awful. When are you back to work? You may be gone by now. Here, there, here, over there. Yeah, I don't know who's stuck around, who hasn't. Well, it looks like nobody's in here now, or anyone at all. But I appreciate everyone always. What are you doing? No, his leg is not chicken. He's like chewing on his leg like a chicken. Chewing on his brother's leg like a chicken. Yeah, you. What are you doing? He's like, you want some? Anyways, happy Friday, Junior. I may be back in a little while. I got some stuff I need to do around here. Per usual, bring on the money. Positive vibes to everyone. I hope everyone has a great day, whether you see this live later or not. I appreciate every single one of you. Full-heartedly, wholeheartedly. I have like a list of things. I'm like always have a list of things, but you don't want to like overwhelm yourself with like chores or like things that you need to do, because then you may not want to do them. So you have to be like excited about them, you know? So here I am being excited. As we bring in this Friday Junior energy, tomorrow is Friday, so that is pretty exciting. Once again, I appreciate everyone that joins me. New people, definitely my peeps. You know who you are. I always appreciate when my peeps stop in and say hello and what up and spread some cheer, because life is crazy and it's good to be around like-minded individuals. So yeah, hang out with me in a little while. Maybe in and out. To me do like Fish Tank Live later, Office Live, whatever. Seems like that's getting the views. When I show up, everyone's like, oh God, get out of here. No, I'm just kidding. Sometimes though, it feels like that. YouTube really be trying it with the views and stuff. I'm like, can you let me reap what I like sown a little bit, you know? Get it sown, because I'm trying to sow stuff, you know? Because life is seamless. Anyways, throwing all the jokes out there. It may or may not rain today, so that determines a couple things on my list. But, you know, let it be a good day for all. Good vibes, good positive energy, thoughts, things that we all need more of in this world, because the fact that we aren't getting enough of that demonstrates through others in the world. So, you know, maybe you run across a jerk face today and you realize maybe that jerk face is just going through stuff, and maybe that's why they're being a jerk. So let's just be kinder to one another, practice kindness. There's not as much of that in the world as there should be, you know. I've said it before, but when I was younger, my dad used to like say hello and how are you to like everyone. It may be a very, very much so country thing. And when I was a kid, I'm like, do you even know them? Like, what are you doing, you know? Um, but I always just like watched, and now that I'm like wiser and never older, you know, I look back and I'm like, you know, I see it in a way different angle. And I think it's just like a natural hospitality. I wouldn't even say country hospitality, but I do see that, or I would see that a lot more in the country more so than the city. Um, so, you know, just say, hey, how are you? Maybe you're not in a chatting mood, but maybe you need to hold a door for someone. It's like the little act of kindness that we don't spend enough time doing. And if we just like sprinkled kindness and a little bit of love everywhere we went, imagine how we could slowly change the world, you know? Wishful thinking, but it could be done. So, you know, let's do that. So whether you come in here or you go somewhere else, you just be nice. We need more of that in this world, and kindness will change the world if we believe in it. So, I know it's a lot easier said than done, and some people need to be told to shove it where it hurts. But ultimately, personally, as an empath, sometimes I feel like remorseful, like, it could have been an XYZ different way. Some people really should be told to shove it where it hurts, but maybe they're hurting and that's why this is happening. So just be mindful of that on this life journey experience because if we were just, a little bit kinder, well, what could the world be? You know? So cheers to being kinder. Cheers to Friday Junior. Cheers to good vibes rolling into the weekend. And we're in Taurus season. I am 1,000,000% a Taurus. So let's rock that. Bring on the good stubborn vibes because, anyone that's like, oh, you're a Taurus, you must tear up China shops. I'm like, well, I could tear up a lot of shops, but, you have to work on that inner kindness that exists. So, yeah, that's always the goal. Once again, way easier said than done at times. But if we just like make that into a routine, because life is about routine. Like we live off routine. Like we literally thrive it and breathe it. And whether we realize it or not, if we think about our daily days, like, wow, we really are in a routine all the time. But we could change it on little things. And if you've noticed, like sometimes when we get in a super duper routine, life just throws us for a curveball and it really can mess with us sometimes, taking us out of like this routine we built for ourselves, right? But can we just like take a moment of like, where is this change leading me? Is it a good thing? Is it something I needed? Because a person like myself is very like, I love my routines, but I like spontaneous vibes. And I think that's like maybe my Gemini side a little bit, but that we don't talk about. But I do think that it's important to have change because change can bring something we never expected in the best ways. And I think it's pretty intimidating at times to have change in our life. Like we're just like, oh, get it the F out of here. Like, absolutely not. No, no change. And then we get around to the change and we're like, okay, I personally believe in a higher power. So it's like, okay, God shut this door so another one could open or another one could open and I have options or, you know, um, sometimes we're like pushed out of those doors, like ones we were already in. And it's like, wait a minute, you're not supposed to be in this door anymore. Like, you need to get out of here. Or a hallway or a never ending maze, it could feel like sometimes. But we are the controllers of our life. I don't like to say controllers. It's like maybe like a game like console controller, but imagine life is like a game. We really don't know what any of us are doing here. Even when you have extreme faith in XYZ, and that's great, never would knock it down for anyone. But we really don't know what we're doing here. So, once again, be nice to each other, be kind, be thoughtful, spread positive vibes, energy, and love because the world needs more of that. We. That felt like I just needed to say that stuff. For anyone that's even listening, I'm like, I would have ran off by now. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, that's funny. That's held for review. Anyways, I want to get back to sewing today. I took a little break from sewing. I started making like expression stuff this week, like, and that's been good. I feel like it's been a creative outlet for myself. I do probably recommend for all because I think it's important to express ourselves. Your definition of art is your definition of art. You can make whatever the heck you want and you call it art. That's what we should do more of. And for anyone that says I'm not creative, I'm not crafty, I don't believe it because even for years, like I even said it to myself. But if you think about it, every tool that we have in this life, like good things, like things that we add to like our crayon box of life, is a tool. is a craft, you know. Some of us are like literally crafty, like maybe you're an artist, like you draw or like you paint or you know, like what is, I don't know the definition of crafty, but is that the definition or is like what we've told ourselves that's the definition of crafty, you know? Because I feel like we all have so many tools, and when we come together as a team, imagine like how the world could change with all of us having these awesome tools. I personally believe we were not made to be in this life to be like work, 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 and then you don't discover your inner tools. You don't discover the gifts that you've been given. And even sometimes, you know, obviously we have to like keep perfecting, like perfecting is probably not a good word because then you're hard on yourself. We keep like growing our skill level, and then we look back and we're like, man, I'm unstoppable, you know? But then there's times that we doubt, like, okay, maybe this wasn't for me, XYZ. I had a conversation the other day about like, you know, like choosing to want to learn something and then choosing to decide that you won't be able to do it. And there is a difference, you know, like, well, those are similar. Forgive me, I've had literally a sip of coffee and I'm blabbing away. Believe that. But I think that like we do choose, like anyone could have become a mechanic, you know? It's just sometimes you're like, oh, no, 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 my brain just will not operate that way. But I mean, if we were willing to learn and sat down and we had a good teacher, because that is important. And sometimes you are your own teacher, but we are in 2026, so there's a lot of videos for anything and everything out there. But it's really the drive inside us that like decides, like, do I want to learn this? Am I good enough for that? Am I going to do it, you know? Personally, you know, that's how I felt about sewing a little bit recently. I was like feeling good and progressing and you know, even looking back on like my beginner like stuff that I mean, I'm still extreme beginner, but the first few things that I made, they were awful, you know, but I could see that I was trying. And sometimes we have to be a little bit easier on ourselves because we are our biggest like bully, and that's not cool either. Like we need to be like ironing that out. Okay, this isn't a good thought. Throw that away. I need to gather more like I'm going to be freaking awesome at this. It's going to be amazing and I'm going to do XYZ with this skill. Imagine. It's like as simple as like, you know, I feel like manifestation is so much bigger than it's ever been, you know, but it's so accurate. The words that you put out in the atmosphere, it grabs onto things. You know, even like our fears and our worries, like I unfortunately have seen like events in my life of like a lot of bad things being predicted, and it's like wow, like you know, did like we all manifest this? Was it a bunch of thoughts that combined that to make it real life, you know? And then it's like, okay, well, we can do that with the good though. Like we just have to pour into that cup and trash the other one, you know? I love older cars. You know what my first car was, Aaron? You'll never guess. The worst breakup I've ever had. Nice face, thanks. Hey, what up? I I actually wanted to be a mechanic at one point, but I really do not want to work around a bunch of men. It's disgusting. So, if I'm being honest, but it was really cool to think about like it really cool to think about like the thoughts of like schooling men at things like that because I think men think really hard sometimes too and play it off like they're like yeah, whatever. Or I feel like because you're a man, you have to know certain skills, you know? Which is sad too because then it's like becomes sexist and it's like, wait a minute, women can do that. I definitely like my mom was always like, if a man can do it, I can do it. And I feel like I channel that energy a lot. She definitely knew a lot of stuff. Her dad like built homes and like just he was so crafty and grew up in the Great Depression. So it's like the skills that grow with like little off of what you have, or you have like a power tool and that's like heaven sent, and you don't have all these crazy extra additional things that this day and time makes you feel like you need all of these things. For instance, when I picked up sewing, I was like, oh no, I'm not doing it. I'm not going down the rabbit hole of like needing all these things that I do not exactly need to start to learn. Because I think that's like the gimmick. Like some people will go and buy all these things that they really don't need. Um, but it does help that I'm a thrifter. So I like to thrift many things, cars included. I was like, who's Terry? I was like, I'm not Terry. Thanks, Terry. Yeah, Jesus loves us all. I think a lot of people, look, he's back here, you know, chilling. I think a lot of people miss this guy's message. Like, they literally just over their heads. And a lot of people preach them, but they don't act on the words that he was speaking, like, or have actions behind the words that he was telling us all. So a lot of people do, a lot of people don't. So that's a fun way to look at it. But I think I saw something a couple weeks ago and it really stuck with me. It was like essentially along the lines like don't expect like gratitude from a world that crucified a perfect man. And it was like, wow, right, right. Wow. Do you still have it or no? No, I'm not. I am high on life. I had a 1988 300ZX. Miss it, love it. I'm still pretty torn up about it, honestly. I had two of them at one point. My pride and joy even named my car. And honestly, about $1 for every person that told me do not get rid of this car, and they had heartbreaking stories behind it. I'd be rich. You're like, but this is the one. This is the one. I don't give a shit. That's hilarious. Oh no, I read that wrong. So you ended up driving at the scrapyard. Was it heartbreaking when you scrapped it or no? I think boys have like obviously not always. Women are in the cars too. I definitely love like sports cars. I do like collage art, and I saw one the other day that was like in my papers of collage pieces, whatever. It was like rock and roll and fast cars. So I was like, yeah, that's why I saved this for myself. That's hilarious. But you know, when I had that car, oh man, I had so many different life experiences in that car. That was in the time that I thought I wanted to become a mechanic because men will lie through their effing teeth, telling you like like stupid things. You know, my favorite one to go back to is like how effed up men can be to women about cars, that especially women that aren't educated about anything. I'm not a mechanic by far, but I know a little bit of some. You know, in general, I laughed that like there was something I seen years ago that was like someone sent, I don't know, the girlfriend maybe into the AutoZone whatever and was like tell them you need blinker fluid. It's like that. They'll lie like through their teeth like, oh yeah, you need all these things, or this is wrong, this is wrong, this needs to be repaired, and it's just so unnecessary. So I felt like I needed to take it upon myself to learn some stuff because I was like, wow, these people really will lie through your teeth. And then you take a girl like in her 20s. I'm not in my 20s now, but at the time in her 20s, I actually got the car when I was 19, but I had it for a very long time. Anyways, you take them and you have them in a little sports car, you know, or even like what is considered, it was antique. So a lot of like people are like, she doesn't know what she has, or like, I'm gonna take advantage of this, or maybe try to take parts. Like the malicious things that come from mechanics, wild. So even when I went through this whole thing with Hyundai, there's so many stories. It gets me worked up, to be honest. When I went through all this drama with Hyundai, like one of the mechanics tried to dupe me, and I was like, oh, you got the wrong one. And the universe was like having me repeat some lessons. It was like some bad deja vu. And I was like, oh no, he was lying so bad about so many things. Like, I literally was like, come on, I got a chart laid out of an engine here. Let's go through it. Because I was like, you're not playing me on this. Like, he was real bad. And I ended up winning the case because it was awful. $500 for a little over a year, that's not too bad. I mean, what was wrong with it though? Yeah, well, it's disgusting. When it happened to me with Hyundai a couple years ago, I was like, damn, y'all are still doing this. Like, I wasn't shocked that like they're scam artists out there. That's the world we're in. But it's like, wow, like this isn't even like a Bob shop behind like in a forest that you're like sketched out about, or like even like a random slow Joe on the side of the road. They're more likely to treat you better. And I wouldn't even say slow Joe, because I had some good mechanics like throughout the years that like were definitely trustworthy of like me bringing my car to them. And then there were some that I would be like, never again, especially when I first started driving. Like, I just was like, can I take it like anywhere? You know what I mean? Like, no, that is not the case. And then when you love your car, it makes it worse. You're like, I'm not letting anyone touch my baby. It ain't happening. Oh, yeah, rust can be a lot, especially if you can't like get to it or repair like the actual place of the body to do it, to like rip off the rust before it spreads. So that may be a goner. That's so funny. Do you ever see them on the road? I very rarely will see like my old car on the road. There's honestly not that many of them. And it's funny enough to believe that that is worth like more now than my car. Yeah. Eats cars or women with cars? What do you mean though? Like you guys go through cars a lot? I mean, you could scrap a bunch of stuff though. Like, honestly, I love the scrap yard. Especially when you're like they really don't care and they're like you literally just rip things off and there's no one cares. You just have fun with it. I when I got two of them, there was someone that parked a bunch of cars like illegally, and this guy, the I guess the junkyard people went in and took all these cars that were parked illegally, and one of them happened to be a Z, and I literally got it for $500. So when you said $500, I was like, "Yep, those are the ones." But I ended up ripping off all of the stuff that I needed for that, and putting it onto my original Z because I was obsessed with that one. But I did drive that one for a little while. Nothing was wrong with it. Nothing. I actually learned how to drive stick on that one. Oh, God, that sounds awful. I honestly never even really thought about that. Like, dang. That's just like wasting money. And honestly, these new cars aren't really getting much better. I think that they were better back in the day. There's newer features, don't get me wrong, for sure. But I'm like, wait a minute. Because, even with my Hyundai stuff, my car was newer. And for it to have gone through what I went through, like, it was like, no, no, no. Like, what? My Z was more reliable than this. And paid, like, I could have got, like, not in this day, but could have got thousands of Zs. What up from Ireland? Tell me, slang that you guys say there. 'Cause I'm, like, thinking my British slang. I'm like, what up, bloke? The salt for snow stuff is awful, though. Oh, what are you doing? Crazy stuff, crazy stuff. But honestly, if you go like sorry, puppy time. You honestly like go searching for cars. A lot of people don't know what they're doing. They'll get rid of it because a light came on, and the light could be really simple, and you can just use the OB reader, and then you literally can obviously figure out what you need to get. So the car may not be a goner, but a lot of people are like, out with the old, in with the new, and then they'll trash cars that really have no issues, and then you're spending way more for this newer car that could like leave you high and dry in a year. It's wild to me. Like, you honestly couldn't pay me to even buy another Hyundai. Love my car though. Like, love it. I have another car as well. But like I love my little grocery getter, you know? But we went through a lot together, and she didn't choose to have that stupid H on her car, on her, you know? So we'll leave it alone. She's not she's not a Hyundai. Um but you couldn't pay me to buy another Hyundai. You just couldn't. And they're like all over the place now because they're like a cheaper car, but they're really not. So like it or a cheaper like manufacturer, but they're really not. They really amp a lot of things up. And honestly, I think it's Kia, but the the wannabe looking Porsche kills me. Just kills me. I just can't. Oops. When I see him on the road, I'm like, please stop. I'm like, who's buying this? I guess the person I'm seeing on the road, but wild. Wild. Oh. Creeping around over here. Busted. Intuition, listen to it. I'll tell you something. It's like literally like creeping through. It's so funny since they set up the back camera out here. Like, it's so fucking clear that it's a camera. Like, you could see that from like a mile away and be like, that's a camera. It's actually really helped. Knock on wood. I have cameras everywhere, but the fact that like literally it's so obvious, it's been great. I'm like, yeah, Because I'm sure his ass was about to creep over here. Don't run into the window. Anyways. Good luck, Ronnie. Good luck. Wrong website here. Wrong live, wrong page, wrong website. And good luck. Mimi, I don't know. It's like a hard demand. It's like a hard, like, yeah, everyone's got a little crazy going on. It's just the level of crazy you're willing to, like, deal with, essentially. So good luck. I'm like, what the heck? Hold on a second. Okay. Anyways. It's looking a little gloomy today, but it was supposed to rain a couple days ago and it didn't. And then it was like the live just reset again. Anyways, but then it didn't. And today is looking not eerie, but it's looking like it's going to actually rain. Well, we need some rain. You know, people always complain about the rain, but the dryness is not good. I'm still watering my plants anyways because I don't trust it. Because the other day I was like, well, I don't want to overwater the plants. And it didn't rain. So I was like, well, you know, listen to intuition. Thank goodness, because my plants water. I got some tomatoes growing, y'all. Some tomatoes. Super excited. And I got a bloom on my cucumber plant. I'm pretty sure it's cucumber. I say that because sometimes you never know if it sprouts, or like I planted seeds that are vine seeds in the same spot. And I was like, okay, well, I'm gonna like deem this as like cucumber now, though. I'm pretty sure it's cucumber, but I finally got one little flower bloom, and I'm like, yes, because flowers mean fruit. Anyways, I didn't think I was gonna stick around. I was like, let me say what up to Bama, but Bama left. Anyways, YouTube's been making me scrape. Thanks, YouTube. I saw a couple things I need to do out in the patio. I'm like looking out there, like, anyone that comes here and chats with me knows that I have endless projects on this table. And I added some more. There's cilantro blooms that were happening on the other garden, and they started blooming seeds, but it's about that time where I collect the seeds. So it's a little bit like, I don't want to say tedious, because it's like, come on, you're just like ripping up like the seeds, like you're just getting off all the green and getting the seeds, the good stuff, so you can keep replanting. But you do have to go in there and like clean it up actively. So I'm like, all right, let me get to that and then plant some more cilantro. It was interesting that I planted cilantro seeds forever ago in that spot. I got cilantro, I got seeds, I got like a little bit of both. I replanted seeds after again in that spot. Took forever to get anything. Like, I honestly, like, do the seeds even work? And all of a sudden I got all the cilantro again. It was like months later. I was like, what? I forget. Every seed has different like germination times or whatever. So, but it was a long time. Like, I'm talking about, I grew and ate other plants in the meantime. I'm like, what is happening? But then it grew this time. I got quite a bit of cilantro over there. I'm talking about, I'm not like I'm the best, but my cilantro, phenomenal. Like, the seed people, shout out to y'all, really, but phenomenal. Like, I honestly got so much cilantro, and it's like super duper cilantro. It smells like it. Like, the garden smelled like it every time I walk by. I also planted basil seed over there. My first like batch of basil seeds, awesome. Like, I got so much basil, but I didn't have a dehydrator then. Now I have a dehydrator, so I can be more actively not wasting my stuff. And I grew it because, what are you doing? I grew it because it's a repellent as well, so it keeps away like rats and shit, so it's great. But basil and the cilantro smelled together in the garden was phenomenal. But then I got a bunch of seeds, whatever, and then I try to grow basil again, and I have one sprouting basil over here with the cilantro, and I see that it's flowering, which is like, cool, I get seeds again, but it didn't grow that much basil at all. I'm not gonna be like whiny about it, but I definitely wanted more, because I'm like, what the heck, I got my dehydrator ready to go this time. What the heck? And cilantro dehydrated is not a thing. Like, you could make cilantro spices if you want, but it loses its flavor, so it's like a waste of time in my opinion. But basil is obviously not. When I use the basil that I grow on my food, game changer. I've been eating I've been blessed the last week. I've probably eaten 10 strawberries from maybe a little bit more, but I think 10 strawberries from my strawberry garden, taking off. Phenomenal. So I honestly, like, I hate to be one of those like hippies that is like, what are they doing to the food? But at the same time, what are they doing to the food? Because anything that I've grown, and I've been blessed to grow quite a bit. I'm still learning on my green thumb journey, but anything I've grown tastes so different. So different. And of course you got to clean it and, take care of your garden and area and stuff. Oh, I know you see him. You see him. But it just tastes so different. So are they trying to us, I don't know. I just don't know. What up, up, Tommy Pickles? How's it going? After I talked to you, when you went to the or the pew pew range, I was doing that pot outside. I was painting that planner. Finished that. But oh my gosh, that live like blew up. I was like, what? For me, it was because sometimes I get like 3 likes, maybe 1, maybe none, you know? So for me, it was like cool. Like it actually, I got like 330 something likes. I was like, little old me. But actually dipped off. It's weird. YouTube is like, stop talking. We don't want to talk to you no more. And then I do like fish tank or my freaking wall, and YouTube's like, yeah, like we're gonna amp this up. I'm like, wait, what is happening? So I would enjoy more conversations, but building my crew of people. And sometimes people don't want to talk, and I always have things to do around here, so it feels good to like dip off and get my views and not scrape from YouTube. Because it'd be like that. When I took my little break, I really lost the algorithm over here. And that was unfortunate, and it almost made me not want to even like live anymore. And then it picks up and then it doesn't. So, sometimes I get like 3 views and sometimes I don't. So sometimes I get way more. The yesterday live was actually pretty decent too, and nothing happened. So I'm like, shout out to the people watching, shout out to the people liking, super shout out to my mods and my peeps. Could not do it without you. But YouTube needs to monetize me. It's been some time. I just really wish you would, YouTube. Thanks. Wow. That's amazing. That's cool. It's like weird with views. Like you want views because you post it. And then sometimes you're like, whatever, they may not hit. And you'd be lying if you said you don't want views, because come on now, why would we be posting it? We're sharing it. But I do feel like, on this YouTube journey, like I'm definitely staying humble, because sometimes, like I said, I get like 1 view and maybe 1 like, maybe none. So I'm very humble when I like close down my lives, and I'm like, okay, well, that's what the universe decided to give me. So we're just gonna take it. And keep growing from it. But I've noticed, I've gotten some bigger like shorts views, and I'm so thankful for those. Like those keep me grounded of like, you can make something happen here. It's just about timing, persistency, or consistency. I just combined that, but it's all about like really the timing, and who as well helps as well. But that's cool. Like you have to be like proud of those moments, because that's a lot. Like, there's some people that get none, some people that get 1. Like you just don't know. Like it's a mixed party hat for all. So congratulations. Do you feel cool? Like you should ask for autographs now? It kills me though. Some stuff I see that get views and I'm like, what am I doing wrong? I feel like, I could be actively working better on like making videos and stuff like that. That is important. And before I started living a little over a year ago, I was only doing shorts. I only did shorts. I didn't even make videos. I only started doing like actual videos before living, or actually living before actual videos, because of the monetary stuff, or to make you monetize. So yeah, it's whatever. Since I started living a little over a year ago now, a year and a few months, it started taking away videos from before, like my live videos. So it started taking away my hours. Oh, so annoying. So I noticed that a couple weeks ago. So I'm really trying to like not lose what I've worked for. And I really like pew in my foot, because I was deleting all my lives before that. Like I literally had so many freaking lives. Like that's how I met like most of my peeps. Literally living so hardcore then, but I was deleting them. Dumb. I lost so much. I just didn't understand. But it's okay. Everything happens for a reason. I'm just trying to find some like-minded individuals. Oh my gosh. I saw someone like eating hot sauce or peppers the other day. Tons of people. I was just like, wow, he's like dying from the peppers. Like, it's the things people will do. And the likes and stuff, I've said since the beginning, I'm like, I'm trying to build my page, absolutely. But I rather if you don't like all my videos, I'm not going to be upset about it. I understand sometimes I'm posting the same stuff. I'm trying to hit a time thing. I'm trying to hit the algorithm at the right time. And especially my core people. Like, if you're my ride or die, you're going to be around anyways. I don't need you liking all my videos. If you want to, that's awesome. I appreciate you even more. However, I'm not like, who liked my video? Who did it, Because I'm on a hunt for personally to be monetized. But I'm on a hunt to spread my knowledge that I know. Like, whether it be through dogs and animals and fishing, arts and craft, like soul work. I honestly prefer like-minded individuals. So I get what you're saying exactly with like make someone laugh, teach them something, that's where I'm more on the ball game at, and it's interesting because you find good people in dozens. Like there's some weirdos out there, and then there's some like core people that we're having these exchanges through a chat. Hold on. Some people are face to face, and some people are literally, sorry, I got distracted. Face to face, and then people are in a chat. So we're learning personalities off of that. And I've met some cool people like Tom, where I'm like, hold on. Okay. Sorry. That I value so much. I look forward to the conversations with like-minded individual, and even if we don't all agree on things, we're teaching each other things, or we appreciate good company. Yeah, no, that's why those people get those views. Okay, well, I appreciate you stopping in always. I don't know if I blabbed it away before you even left or before you left, but I appreciate you stopping in always. I'll make sure next time that I put a pyramid on my head. That's exactly why those people get those views. Because you're there like, why? I see people, or anyone else may be listening. By the way, Tom, have a great day. Happy Friday, Junior. Almost to Friday. I hope you're fishing this weekend, doing something soul filling for yourself. I know you're a hard worker over there. Hey, what are you doing? Crazies. What are you doing? Yeah, talking to you. What was I saying? What was I saying? I don't know. I see people like kind of back to what I was saying. I don't know the exact thing I was thinking, but I've seen people like just sleeping in their lives, just drooling, whatever. So sometimes I don't actively talk. I'm like, I'm trying to get monetized, so I didn't do all this for nothing, meanwhile, trying to pour into my soul and flip things, sell things, make money, because that's how the world survives, honey. So definitely got to do that. But the ultimate goal is to, share my visions with the world, share my thoughts, maybe education, learn some things. I'm down to learn some things. I learn stuff on here all the time. So I appreciate the back and forth. None of us know everything. Some of us know a lot of things, but not everything, So I take value in like good conversation and lifting people's spirits if I can. That's important to me. Very important to me. I've had some really grounding conversations here, and sometimes I walk away and I'm like, wow, am I doing God's work here? Am I doing the angel work that I've been signed up for? Because that's part of the biggest goal. Like, is to do that. Like, I've always wanted to like be one of those people that like make memes, essentially, that are memes, like quotes that are like uplifting and stuff. But here I am, maybe I'll do that too. But I really just like to lift people up. And sometimes, there's things we don't want to hear in life, and there's sometimes we just don't feel like maybe we want to be uplifted. We're just sad, you know. But it is a mind over matter thing, and it's important to surround yourself with good individuals. So I do value I'm like trying to combine a word there again. I do value my people and good conversations, because sometimes, you know, all of us just need a laugh, and then sometimes, you know, we just need a pick me up. So if I can provide a little bit of that, a little bit of this, and at times you may see the fish tanks. Who knows? But know that I am still floating around, and I appreciate each and every one of you, especially my mods. There's a couple of people that aren't mods that I've met and that are still cool. So I don't want to like say anyone that's not a mod's not cool. And I don't know. We'll see where this YouTube stuff takes me. I think that you can't like think you can't achieve something, because then you won't. And you can't also, like, when it comes to like these likes and views and stuff like that, obviously that's important in being monetized, but it will still never be enough. Like, you could get like a video with XYZ amount of views, and I've had some bigger videos that I was so proud of, and I still am, because I have to humble myself along this like journey, because then I think that opens more doors. Like, you don't humble yourself or you get a little cocky or XYZ, the doors will can go back too, you know. So we're not looking forward to going back, we're moving forward here. So I do think that it's important to be mindful of like, okay, you did really well on this. It's almost like a lottery ticket, because you never know like if a video or XYZ will hit or not. So you're really rolling the dice. But when you get up there, like, even in the beginning, anyone that's done YouTube videos, excuse me, in the beginning, like when you're starting to post, you're like, oh, I got 100 views. Remember those times, you know, even when you get like 50 views, because unless you are like up there or you've been doing this for a while, like you're like, what are you talking about? You need to humble yourself. Because even myself, you know, as I've gone on this YouTube ladder, I've gone down a couple times on the ladder. I'm like, am I going to do this? Let me go back down, you know? And then I've gone back up, because I'm like, okay, stay humble. Don't lose side eye on the prize. You're doing what you can, and then it will open doors for you where it needs to. But to remember those smaller moments, like when it comes to views, likes, whatever, because I remember my core people, my mods primarily. Once again, there's a few people that may not be mods that I still appreciate, because I stopped really doing mods like that, or people sprinkle themselves in at times, whatever. I I honestly, those were my downer times where I thought I wasn't doing enough. So, you know, I was deleting my videos stupid, because that's watch hours, not really understanding exactly the concept of like what's happening here for YouTube, what does it need from me, like XYZ. But I met primarily all my people, like especially my mods, during these beginning times. And that I value so much more than a viewer, like, because I literally look forward to like having chats with like my peeps, because every personality is similar and very much so different. And I think a good group of people is going on here, where like when they come in and stuff like that, I can value those times with those people and have good conversations. And I don't know, to keep growing on that is so important to me. But I met them when I was just like smaller potatoes. You know, when I first started out, people are like, oh, you have like 3,000 subscribers, you're good, you know? And I'm like, no, I'm still growing. But I was like doing shorts and stuff. So to come on a live basis and actually like be a human and like communicate and vibe with people and like learn personalities, learn some things that I want to, is completely different, you know. Anyone that's either a liver or just a chatter, like you know that's different. So my main point, be humble when you post something. If you're trying to post and you're trying to get views, like whatever you're posting for, put it out into the universe. Why am I posting this? You know, what am I trying to achieve from this? And you'll achieve it. And I think it is very, very important to not beat yourself up over views, because things of the algorithm just work on their own, you know. And Views, if you got 50 views, but you met two really awesome people from it, you know? Did you lose? No, you gained. So it's like very much so a game. It's a numbers game. The views do not define who we are. The views do not determine how good we are. There's been many times where I've deleted and I've reposted the same video and views do different things. So it's all about timing. It's not about how good am I and does anyone care? Does anyone want to see me? You know, um, I'm very humble. I start off with like 0 people from time to time, and it's still like that. It's algorithm. So just to remind yourself so you're not harsh on yourself if you are actively trying to be a creator in whatever YouTube, TikTok, Facebook, whatever you're doing, you know, to be easy on yourself because you deserve oh, you deserve that, you know. It is definitely a numbers game, and once again, if you post something and you don't get that many views and you don't get a million views like everyone wants or doesn't want, you may not be achieving what you need to achieve there, but you may achieve once again 2 people out of the 50 people that viewed it. And likes is a whole different ballgame as well. I think likes for me is a different number game. I've been kind of more like, I don't know, blessed to actively pick up people more so than a bunch of likes, and that's fine. And then there's times, you know, like my people ain't nowhere in sight, and that's fine. I'm supposed to meet other people too. But if I could just be a little fairy in this universe of YouTube and just be positive, optimistic, and lift spirits, then I'm doing what I need to do, you know? Most importantly, talk about the animals because they're very, very important, right? He's looking at me like, I was number 1. I'm like, yes, you are. You were definitely number 1. Yes. You too, you both are number 1. So, anyone that may be new here, been here before, this channel is filled with all the things. From animals to me blabbing. Or we like to say, spreading words of wisdom. But I'm also learning on this journey. So if we just like build like a little recipe, you know, add these ingredients and stuff, and then we may got something working. Cooking and working. So it's all about what we want to believe. So here I am believing that I'll be a YouTube star and it will buy me land and a bunch of animals in need, because I would love to help animals in need over than breeding, none of that. Like really manifest my dreams. But overall, once again, finding core individuals that I can like maybe inspire in ways that sometimes I wasn't inspired myself. Make you laugh, like Tom said, even education, like laughter is like the key ingredient to healing. And I think that is so, so important. And I will say that my core people in here definitely, like, even through a chat, like a literal like chat back and forth, like I pick up personality from y'all. Like I literally can read your laughter, and that is something that fills my soul. Happy Thursday! It is Friday Junior. I'm about got it running my mouth. I'm just kidding. But really. What is up? Anyways, I may get out of here soon. I actually didn't think I was gonna chit chat back and forth. I was saying that earlier. I don't know. I think I blabbed a lot, but it's fine. It's fine. I think personally the divine pushes us all in our own ways, but I do believe personally I'm like pushed to say some things, you know. I'm not always right. I'm definitely not always wrong. But I'm not always wrong. I'm not always wrong and I'm not always right. But I do feel like, you know, as I was saying when I jumped on this talking live for the morning, be nice to one another. None of us know what any of us are going through. We're all on our own journey and climb up the mountain, so to speak. So if we can help each other out along the way instead of kicking rocks down at one another, um, imagine what the world could be. So that's something I tell myself all the time, even when people piss me off. You know, wow, you must really be going through something. And maybe in the moment you're not like going through something, but this other person is. We can change direction for them. We may be a light in a dark room for someone that really needed it. So I think that is important to find value in that. And once again, be kind to one another. So that is very, very much so important. We actively heal ourselves. We actively heal the world. You know what I mean? No. So I have quite a few. Hold on. Why does it ask me to do the the question answer sticker? Like if I want to, I will. What up? Happy Thursday. How's it going? Stickers. Oh, I forgot they changed it to stickers. I think it's my elder phone. I found a egg in my bird feeder the other morning, and I was like, "Oh my gosh!" And I took a picture of it because I wanted to research what kind of egg it was. And I literally took a picture and ran back and got some more food and stuff, and the ducks were coming up. So I went back though because I was like, let me look at that egg one more time. And something already was trying to make scrambled eggs, y'all. Literally, already started getting to it. I was like, dang. And I'm telling you, that egg did not last long. I checked in the afternoon when I took the dogs out, and I was like, wow, that egg did not stand a chance at all. But in the bird feeder stand, I was like, okay, I wonder what that means, like spiritually, though. I feel like it has a message attached to it, and I do feel like I know what the message could be. But I'm curious what what Google says, I guess. I think it's an intuition thing, like, but sometimes there's like, we're not too good for knowledge. And on my spiritual path, I do like to like tap into what meanings of XYZ could mean. Yeah, close up. You see? Is that sarcasm? Super close up. I'm like, any bats in the cave? We. Okay, let's stop lollygagging here. I appreciate that. I was like, are we getting to where it gets awkward? I'm like, yeah, definitely a close up this morning. Usually I'm far away, and everyone's like, why are you far away? I'm actually wasn't expecting to talk this live. Is your name Amos? On my other phone, I can live games. I guess this potato is way too old. The day treating you well? Who else is out there? Howdy ho. I'll be in and out of the chat. I'm gonna charge my potato. Look, I get off the screen and 7 people are in. YouTube is something else. And then I talk again, it drops to 5. Now I'm at 2. What the heck, YouTube? What the heck? It's fine. We. That was weird. Alright, I'm going to, I just cleaned over here. Like, I just swept the spot and done because I got a little table that I put all my seeds on. And it just like goes all over the floor again. I'm gonna collect my seeds. I was saying earlier in the live for anyone that heard, it's a little tedious, but it's like therapeutic. If you think of anything as annoying, you probably won't want to do it. I'm gonna collect my seeds. Look like something tried to eat my seeds over here. So I'm going to make sure that they don't. Hang out with me, vibe with me, chat with me, be a good human of age, always here for the conversations, here for the nature sounds and vibes. Please like and subscribe. It's fun though because it's like, wow, like I grew this. It looks like nothing, but it's a whole lot of something. I got some lettuce seeds in here too. I forgot about that. I think the best method is just literally just pick these guys up and leave the stems so I'm not cutting every little thing. But I have a bunch more in the garden, and I was like, let me get to them. Although I wanted to regrow there, I want to like choose how much I'm like planting. Because they took a while to sprout, but then I got a bunch. And then I got a bunch of seeds. But I'm like, I don't want it to take 6 months again. Yes, thank you. It's cool. I can still smell cilantro. One of them is really green still. You want to try to get them, I think, when they're like browning, because then the seeds are, I think, like germinated. I don't know the terminology entirely. I just like plant with my soul. I'm like learning along the way. I research here and there, but a lot of it's just like, I don't know, by experience. Like when I first started planting flowers, not experienced. But when I was little girl, my dad had lawn care companies, and my job was to plant the flowers. So I literally want to grow my own flowers. But I don't like, I really like these Zahini. It's like Z-I Zianas, I think it's what it is. I love those flowers because it's like a party cat. Like you really don't know like what's gonna come out of it. Because they bloom all kinds of flowers, but they just wither up, which is the sad part. But they keep regrowing. So those are fun, but I do like, oh, leave it. I do like ones that keep growing. Like marigolds are cool too, but they also like they'll keep regrowing. But once they grow, they just kind of, when they're done, like this has nothing. This is another root, nothing. This one's still kind of green. Okay, nope, don't do that. Mango. Ooh, in there. Now that I made a mess again, still my life. I wonder how many seeds I'll get. I still have like, five, six more over there that I need to pull. Excuse me, I pulled these like a week ago and I was like, you don't need no more projects on this table. But now I'm like, I need to get to them. It's making a mess over here. And I just cleaned it up on that side at least. But I need to get to the other ones in the garden because I saw them like starting to look like this and they'll drop the seeds. Mm. Okay. What are you doing? He was having fun out here bird watching. He likes to bird watch. Or animal watch. Whatever's out there he likes to watch. The other one doesn't care at all. He used to when I first got him. But I think that's just like where he was at, like upbringing wise. And I'm like, well, we love everything around here. No, he just doesn't care at all. The Belgian is more like, what is that? Who are you? Let me see. I've got quite a few seeds already. Looking good. Definitely a perk to just like get more seeds so you don't have to buy them. Because I've tried different bags. I've talked about this before, but I've tried different bags of seeds and some of them never go sheet. Like lavender, I cannot get to grow. Like I've tried different ones. I don't know what the deal is. I would love some lavender. Just smell that in the garden. I think when you're like go outside and you smell things, like I can smell cilantro still on a couple of these. And I'm like, you know, that smell. I was saying that earlier with basil too. A teeny tiny seed. Right. That one is done. Getting through it, getting through it. Some of these are super duper hardy. And some of them have like 3 seeds. But I'll take it. I think that's it. Mm-mm. Feels like I'm looking at nothing because it's so small, but it has little seeds on it. This one I de-seeded entirely now, I think. It is cool collecting. Anyone that's already gardening and doing all this stuff, and you're like, yeah, duh, or you're like, yeah, whatever. But it is cool to collect like little seeds. I'm like, focus. I should be charging and using my other phone. Well, that's me. So you probably don't see those seeds that well. It's like a little batch of seeds. Goals would be like when they're on the show alone, and the ones that like know about plant life and what you can eat and pretty much survive out there, especially if you don't find anything that you're going to eat or want to eat or whatever. It's probably good to know what you can eat of nature and not die or get sick or whatever. So I would like to be that good one day. It'd be really cool to go on that show. I'm not ready yet. I still have a lot of things that I would really like to learn, but I would love to be on that show. And to win would be even cooler. And if I'm by the water, I'm gonna slay it. I don't know how the rules may or may not change when I eventually may go on there, you know? This is me like manifesting. But it could be, you can bring like a fishing rod. I don't know. I would have to make my own. I would love to bring my fishing rod. But I know you can bring some things with you, but what's on the list that you cannot or you can bring? Just like, can I bring hooks or is that like another item? I'm maybe asking for too much for the show because they want bare minimum of you surviving with skills. And I would not be like the dude that ate the rats. Ew, I can never eat rats. I haven't watched all the episodes, so I don't know if there's women and dudes eating rats on there. But I could not eat the rats. Ugh. What? Gross. I'm just starved. That's why I would like to know more about like what I can eat of nature, because I do think that's very important. You still get your vitamins and everything you need from greens. And then of course like berries and stuff, but that would be like wishful thinking that I'm by a berry tree and then a whole garden that I could eat to myself and then water. That's like wishful thinking. But the ones that were by water, like I feel like it probably had to do with like their fishing skills. Because fishing is a whole lot of luck and a whole lot of skill. I've met people that really have like no skill but caught fish, and then I've met people that have skills and then you get stumped, so you never know. But skills are important. So maybe I need to start fishing with like a twig. Maybe I need to start looking around nature and finding things that are around me that I could like create a fishing rod with. I do have bamboo, but I'm gonna assume that I wouldn't be near bamboo. There's one of the birds that are usually by the lake by the stand. I was confused. I was like, he's a bigger bird too. I'm like, wait, what? I was like, what's been going on over here? I've gotten a lot of seeds so far. Look at that. Let me move this. Okay. And these are like marigold seeds. So this was a flower of it originally. It's a dried up flower now. But inside there's seeds. So I have like tons and tons of marigold seeds. Something got in here a while ago too that I'm pretty sure it was a creature that I don't really care for. They don't last long around here because of the falcons and other things that takes them out, but I saw a snake in the backyard yesterday. Symbolically, I'm like, great. And then I was like, also like trying to find a silver lining of like, oh well, at least take out the pest. Because the little pests, sometimes they come in here and they have to clean up and stuff. But they like busted up my marigolds like last year. I got a bag of marigold seeds, a huge bag of them, literally tore it open. So now when I'm planting the seeds, I just get it from the spot. Thankfully, it did it in like one of my little potter things, so it's all on the bottom, but it's still annoying. I'm like, I separated all those. Little brat. I'm like, do you eat those? I'm sorry, that's where I feel like there's like a spiritual thing happening with some of the stuff like tick protect. Because what are rats good for? And anyone that loves rats, each is their own, do you. I'm just like, no, they carry a lot of diseases, so. And I can understand. I've had like several people in my life that they've cared for them. So, you know, everyone has a thing. I love mass majority animals. But I don't like when things are known for passing around like diseases. That's what I'm just not with. For all the obvious reasons. Look, this one has literally like 3. They're teeny tiny. Okay, I had 4. But that's fine. Chugging through, chugging through. Yeah, I think I'm gonna get like, I don't know. It's a lot of seeds already. It's like one of those jars where you have to guess how many's inside. It's not a jar. I should put them in a jar. I don't know what the prize would be if who would guess right, but it would just be like, good job, you did great. I used to actually love those jars. I was pretty close to guessing how many were inside of like whatever. Like I remember doing like Skittles, like random things. You just quite literally guess how many's inside. What are you doing? Let's like guess how many's in there. It's quite a few. I have these little jars. I have rocks on it. At one point, I was going to try to do like little It's like a magnet would go on the other side and then it would like have the fish in there. But I'm like, that's not feasible. Like I've had like the little fish scales and stuff, um, and things have popped off in the tanks. I refuse to use them now. Those are things that they don't really talk about as much. Um, One of those like, oh, you buy it because you have fish tanks. I can see why the fish jails are like could be needed, but I don't think that unless you're putting a bubbler in there, and even then, I don't think that they're great. Like I wouldn't use them again. I have a little fish egg tumbler. I may consider using that if I ever needed to again, but they're not really safe by far. Some of this got like tangled up, so I'm like, do I just keep taking from the top? Okay, so we'll do that. Get rid of this. I don't need my seeds yet. The seeds are so small, so I'm like 300 seeds right now, maybe. Could be less. I'll make the first guess. But I'm definitely gonna have more than 300 seeds when I'm done. I still got a little pile over here, and then, like I mentioned, still got the ones on the side. So I'm like, I need to do this. And it's supposed to be warmer today, so I'm like, gonna get this done in the morning ish. These are things that they should have been like teaching us in school, you know? How to grow things and fend for yourself. This one still smells like cilantro. Right, go out all the seeds. Oh, no. Four. Four could be life changing. I'm telling you, I planted all these seeds. This is going to be a better batch. I feel it. I mean, the other ones still like grew though. It just took a really long time, and then I just had tons and tons of cilantro, and I was thankful. Still thankful I have a bunch of seeds now to work with again. That was going for like a theme on each garden ish. Now it's just like, is it just cilantro town? I would love cilantro, basil, lavender over there. These are the good ones. These are like real dried up. No seed left behind. I feel like this is like where you have like one like a country person have like a straw in their mouth, some cilantro. I was like, what? Oh. Never a dull moment. I mean, there's some dull moments. It's fine. There's yet again another house for sale here. Not surprised. I saw it this morning. I don't know if it was the same one that was a few years back, or if it was the one next door, which means it would be two. Okay. Got to double check. It's like a mystery hunt slightly for seeds. It's not that bad, but since it blends in a little bit, like you could easily overlook a couple of seeds. And as mentioned, if all the seeds don't work, you want to get out all the seeds. Gonna be positive though that all these seeds are gonna be phenomenal. So more the merrier. I have some cilantro in my I like to have a couple things close by in the raised bed garden. So that way if I have to go outside to get something, we just go out there real quick instead of going all around to the other side. It's not a far distance, but especially if it's at night too. It's just easier, just right there. I have a frog in my throat today. But it is starting to flower. So it flowers first. This is originally these little pieces were flowers. And then they seed from the flower. Okay, that one's done. And there's like a bunch of dirt behind it. Oh, come on, dude. Hey, go on, get out of here. There's a little spider. I was like, oh. I just like shoot him away. Because I believe, if it's not harming me, you can just like go on somewhere. You don't need to be taken out, unless it's like a roach or something. That's not an option. Well, spider, you do hard work in the environment. What up? Am I making you tired? It's like, let's meditate. That she will get lands with a bunch of animals she can take care of. Anyways, what up? I'm like, it can't be past your bedtime yet. And you better not be saying I'm boring. Sometimes I am. It's fine. This one was still kind of alive, but definitely gotta get to the seed process. Not as easy to pull the seeds off when it's still live-ish. Oh look, like this is like the little flower. It's so cute, teeny tiny. I don't know, I don't live by a clock. I have no idea. Is it? Or is it just daylight? I feel naturally I live on a clock, so I can tell time pretty well. Even before like looking, I think all of us really can. But it is sad that we live by like time because of societies. I'm like, am I hilarious? I think I'm pretty funny sometimes. Gotta keep you on your toes, you know? Depends on what I'm doing. If I'm obligated to have something where it needs to be time official, I'm pretty good. I used to be really good at always being on time, and then I started realizing no one really is, and I'm like, okay, well, why do I need to be so like punctual about it? And I changed it up a little bit because you can kind of tell what time it is by looking outside. Or how the wind blows. When I was younger, when I played basketball, I would have to run laps for being late, so I learned very fast it was important to be on time. This weekend, when I visited my long lost sister, she was like, yeah, I told my husband maybe you'd be a little late. And I was like, I tried not to be. I stopped by the store, and that's what held me back. It was so annoying. I would have been on time, on time, on time. And then I just didn't want to like show up and be like really like on time, you know? But at the same time, you don't want to like, time is precious. The illusion of time is precious. And almost everyone works on time, so it is important to be on time so you don't waste time. And if it's a very important time you have to be somewhere, then you need to be there, you know? So I just it depends on the situation. I don't like to hold people up for hours. That's crazy. I really do like to be on time, but I also, depending on what's happening, I show up fashionably late. Yeah, I'm up even earlier than I live. Believe that. I go to sleep pretty early. Lately it's been a little bit different because of all the time change or whatever. I'm adjusted. I've been adjusted, but I stay up a little bit later when the time changes. So that does sometimes like hinder my sleep. But I still get a lot of hours. I try to get at least like 8 to 10 hours, believe it or not. 10 hours is almost pushing it, but 8, 9 hours. Definitely, because anything less, I feel that. When I was younger, like I've always been an early bird, but when I was younger, I used to be able to like stay up and hang out and all that stuff and then still wake up early, but it was like not good for me. So I became like a grandma. A lot of my friends would call me grandma. They're like, "You want to come out tonight?" I'm like, "No, no. I only go out on the weekends." Especially when I worked my like 9 to 5 type of job. I had to be there at 7:30, so I literally was always up early regardless before that job. But working that job for so long, it made me definitely for sure up early. So I want to go to sleep early. I don't want to lose my sleep. And it made it more precious as I got wiser, not older, when going out, like to only do weekends because, I mean, during the week you may do little things. Hold on. You may do little things, but, I mean, like going out, like partying, drinking, or any of that, like it needs to be the weekend if that's your time off. If you would have told me that in my 20s, I'd be like, what are you talking about? Maybe I would have listened a little bit, but I realized your body is your temple. And the day is going, pulling some cilantro seeds. I got some projects in the office drying. So I'm doing a little bit of this, a little bit of that. It is Friday Junior. So I like to like clean up the house too. I'm always cleaning up the house. I don't really stop. But I have some stuff on my list. And then I need to make some money. So always thinking of ideas of flipping and what to do. That's not crazy. Yeah. I mean, I don't even remember the last time I stayed up until 12. I didn't even do that for New Year's. It's crazy. It's crazy. I like my sleep. Like, I need my sleep. And the dogs honestly don't let me sleep in anyways, even if I wanted to. Sometimes on the weekend, I'll sleep in slightly. But I like to get the dogs out and have a good walk in the morning, like start the morning, like not looking at any of my neighbors. So we like to go out early. And sometimes I'll try to sleep in, but if I even move an arm, I'm talking about I move an eyelid, screw an arm, you move an eyelid, they're like, oh, are you up? You ready? Let's go. You couldn't, like, not, oh, it restarted. You couldn't, like, not, I don't know. They're not gonna let me sleep in. But that's okay, I'm an early bird anyways. They get super excited if I've like woken up and gotten up like without them seeing me, which is almost unheard of. They're almost always just like, is she breathing? Is she awake yet? She moved an eyelid. Get her. This morning they dove on me and I had literally just rolled over a little bit. I was like, oh, get the day started, you know, but I was just like having a moment, like, okay, let's get the, do I go back to sleep? Do I not, you know? Not awake entirely. They were like, get her. She's awake. And I was like, all right, I guess I'm awake. So they keep me on my toes. One day when I have a farm, they'll be phenomenal, like farm dogs. Up and early, get the stuff done. Bada bing, bada boom, you know? Oh, what's the holiday? I'm like, is it a holiday? Not here. What's the holiday? I got there's one next week. It's not really a holiday though, but it is something people celebrate. What are you gonna do for your weekend? Yeah, love thy neighbor when you don't live in this neighborhood. Yeah, if you would have told me 10 years ago that I would feel this way, I honestly, actually, I've been here for almost 10 years, so maybe because in the beginning I was kind of like, okay, to a couple of people, but I just went about my life, like, I don't got time for that. It only got worse. So maybe like 15 years ago, you would have told me I feel the way I do about thy neighbor. I would have been like, wow, you should not be there. I'm almost through my little pile of seeds, and then I need to go pluck the other ones. So that'll take me a moment. Let's do it. Oh, since you're here, since someone's here, let's do a guessing game. How many seeds are in those three? There's actually a few seeds in surrounding ones, so I'd have to put them in there, but it's like when you look at those jars with like Skittles or candies, how many is in each one? It gives me kind of a cool like live thing. I don't know what I could do. Like maybe I could like go get snacks or do it like once a month, or don't hold me to this. This is me brainstorming out loud. And then we'll have like a guessing game, like how many is in here? And whoever wins just get a congratulations. Maybe we can get more creative if it sticks. Just roll with it. Yeah, do whatever your heart desires. That's exciting. So you have a 3-day weekend. Those are always nice when you're like, you get off on like Friday too, and then you're like, Friday feels like Saturday, but it's really Friday, so it's exciting because then your Saturday will be your Saturday. You picking up what I'm laying down? You can like truly live it up. Never heard anything back from the cops? What? Okay, you just made it like really weird. Who else is in here? What? What the? I'm even deleting that. Don't be scaring off any people. You may even need a time out from that. Like you need a moment. You go read a Bible verse. Go to your Bible, pick a random page, and read the verse, and let me know. You just need a moment. What? And you're probably like, what right now? But what? I think I win on the what. Who says that? I don't even know how to respond to that. What? Stay away from my subscribers. What in the world? You're lucky we're cool. If a random person came in and said that, what in the world? I hope that 1 minute does you some solitude. Flip to a page. And I don't know. Maybe you won't pick the right one. You'll pick whatever one you want. So, I don't know. What? Jesus, look over my subscribers. Even do some healing on some of them. I was just talking about counting how many seeds are in here as a game, you know? Like, as a, just an easygoing game. You just took it up a notch. What in the world? And no kidnapping around here at all, or at all, just like in general. That's crazy stuff. After the bada bing, bada boom boom out here, that you put into the atmosphere. When you say that, what? Thin ice. That's enough. I hope you're finding a really good verse to read. It's okay, maybe you'll see Andy in that timeout. He's been in timeout for a while. What up, Joe? Hey, girl. What up? I'm about to run and grab some more seeds in a second, so bear with me. Oh, life is lifing. How are you? I know last time we talked it was a little wavy, so I hope there's better news, or the better news awaits real soon. If not, but I'm hoping there's good news. How are you? How are the kitties? You know, there's a spot in my neighborhood, like on the concrete, that someone put Joe, and I was like, Joe? Is that you? Did you write that? It's funny, I'm gonna have to get a picture one day. I'm like, you're everywhere. Yeah! I have to get a picture. I'm like on the move in the morning, so I didn't think to do it, but yeah, I have to get a picture. I saw it and I was like, Joe? Is that you? It's hilarious. You're like sprinkling like fairy dust. Like, that you will know. That's hilarious. It was funny. I literally thought of you immediately. A butterfly was flying around earlier and I also thought of you. So I must have summoned you through the butterflies and concrete art. Yeah, you leave your name, right? Joe was here. And was is like WUZ, like Worcestershire shore sauce, you know? That's hilarious. I should put like Worcestershire shore sauce sticker. Joe was really here. Just don't take shots of it like alcohol. Disgusting. Disgusting. How are you? How are you? How are you? How are the kitties? How's Nick? How's everyone? Yeah, the woozy Susie sauce. The woozy sauce. Wolfie was drinking the woozy sauce. He got a timeout and he ain't been back. I'm like, oh, someone get the sauce away from him. Actually, I don't think the sauce does that. I haven't, I lied. I made some Caesar dressing a couple weeks ago, and it had the sauce. The woozy sauce. Oh, I literally just slung seeds. I think this one, oh, almost de-seeded. Any plans for the day? Happy Friday, Junior. Junior reminds me of like Nick Jr. instead of like a junior. When I was a kid, I loved Nick Jr. Now I probably feel weird after watching some documentaries, but I remember there was Face. Anyone that watched it as a kid, Face like literally was just a face on the TV that talked. So simple. Oh, so you're taking in a kitty. Do you think they'll get along with your kitties? How far away is that from you? Is she going with some friends? So you'll be kitty sitting. Don't give them the sauce. You may need the sauce. I'm just imagining you now with an extra kitty on your head. I mean, you traveled fast, writing your name on the concrete, and now you're back there already about to kitty sit. You can come say hi. I would have brewed you a cuppa. Tally. Does Tally get along with other cats? Oh, 4 hour flight. That's cool. Is it like a tourist town? Does it have like island, beach? I'm like painting a picture. I'm sure she appreciates you watching over her Tally. Don't be refereeing any cat fights. I remember when I was like 19, I already had a cat, but my roommate and I decided it was a smart idea to get another cat. Usually not, unless it's a kitten. But I like saw this cat at the shelter, and she seemed like she seemed sweet. She just seemed sad. I don't know. I felt bad for her, per usual with animals. And I brought her home and stuff. Oh, she hated my cat. My cat hated her. Like it was brutal. It was brutal. She was so she. I was really sad. I had her for a while, but she ended up like running out or something. It was like not a running joke, but we were like, Jade moved to Mexico. Like she just done left and all. We saw her one time, and I tried to get her back, and she was like, "Nah, adios, B." Pretty much. And I felt bad, but she used to she scared me like the first like couple of days I had her. I would find her sitting in the bathroom like with the like light off, like sitting on the toilet seat. And I was like the first few times, like, what are you doing in here? Like, what's going on? Like, you're not a potty trained cat. But she would sit there, and it actually made me feel bad for her even more because it just sounded like abuse. But it might have been like a safer haven for her, so to speak. But a bathroom, it was weird. I had a girlfriend one time though with my other cat. We thought it was a great idea to have a play date. It was not. It was awful. I was like, okay, well, we won't do that anymore. Everyone will just love each other from a distance. Dogs are a little bit different, but at the same time, they're not. So, just depends on personalities for sure. I'm not trying to scare you. Oh my gosh. Do your cats go out? Well, you're in a flat. Do you? I forgot what floor you lived on. If you maybe let them out on a bottom flat, but Cats are like, they can definitely fend for themselves outside, but indoor cats that become outdoor cats or get a taste of the outdoor world, good luck. Like, they usually don't come back in. And that sounds crazy. Like, she does not need to go out. She probably knows too. She's like, nah, I'm good. She's like, I'll stay inside. I try to do the indoor outdoor cat stuff and it's just like worrisome. I remember one time I was sitting out on my front porch at my old house. I love that porch. It was like a wraparound porch. It was the best. But it literally, I was sitting out there one night and it was dark. I was just chilling out there and it was like peaceful at night too. But I hear a cat fight and I was like, oh my gosh, like that sounds crazy. And I was like, oh my gosh, that better not be one of my cats. Because they both started trying to go outside. The boy never went outside, and then the girl taught the boy to go outside, and it changed him, and it was a mess. But here comes my cat coming out of I don't know, another cat raccoon fight. I have no idea. And he's like licking his paw like he's a bad mother effer. And I was like, oh my gosh, like you're like thug life. And he was a big cat. You know how some boy cats get really brolic? He was really brolic. I I was shocked that he got all this cat fight, and I was like, this is wild. This is so much anxiety. Mixed feelings about the indoor-outdoor cat life. I mean, us humans are the ones that try to domesticate animals, you know, and like they just have like natural instincts and calling. But I think when the animal loves you, they come back no matter what, but they still have that instincts. Oh, that's a good idea. For sure. See, you know what you're doing. I knew you did. Otherwise, you wouldn't have probably said, you wouldn't have offered. You're like sitting there chasing the cats around. That's good. That's a good idea. So she can smell her scent and everything too, and be calm. Yeah. How long was she going for? I don't know if I misread that or overlooked that on accident. Because they may warm up to each other, but you want to make sure that you don't put anyone in any weird situation. A week. Okay, well that's still some time. So yeah, maybe just keep her in the bedroom and go hang out with her. She'll appreciate your company. What else have you been up to, lady? Oh, cardinal flew in. He's like boop boop beep beep. I would like to say that's Meatwad. Oh, that was a girl. So Meatwada Rella. I didn't name the girl. I named the boy. They usually fly in as a couple. It's really cute. Almost through the seats. I have one more branch left, and then I need to grab the ones outside. Oh. Feeding each other. I don't know why I thought whispering like would stop the shenanigans. I don't know. Because they heard me talking all along. So cute. I've been actually getting closer with my boy cardinal out there, and I throw him peanuts in the morning. I'm like, here. And he's so accepting to it, so it's pretty cool. He's like, yeah, yeah, bring the peanuts, lady. Like, I don't really care about the peanuts. I'm like, valid point. Flower seed, this? Yeah, it's like a flower. I might put it in my hair. This is cilantro that seeded, so it like literally, what's the word I'm looking for? There's a word, it slipped my mind. But it grew a bunch of seeds. It got a bunch of cilantro, then it grew seeds. It's bothering me. I'm like, what is the term? Dang it. I hate when that happens. And I'm like, ugh. I don't call myself a green thumb pro, but dang, what is it? Bolted. It bolted some seeds. So this is essentially, oh, cilantro seeds again. Look at this. I'm like, can you guess how many seeds? It's a lot. I was like lucky enough to get a bunch of seeds, but I need to get to it because it's starting to look like it's just crazy because they're starting to like wilt and the seeds are drying. So I want to take advantage of the seeds, of course, and then regrow other ones on my own term instead of them just dropping them everywhere. So I'm trying to keep things like organized. And then I have some marigold flower seeds over here. I was saying earlier, something got into, probably know what it was, but got into my marigold seeds and like sprinkled them all throughout the patio. I'm like, well, they're not going to grow in here. But went to town on them, and I noticed that a couple of my cilantro piles had been messed with too. So I was like, oh, I need to get to these seeds before they're goners. The cilantro takes forever for me to grow, and then it just grows out of nowhere. Now, so much grew. I ate all the cilantro, and then the bolting of the seeds, there's quite a bit, but it's not growing like cilantro anymore. It's just doing the seeds. So, collect the seeds, grow some more. Do you have any plants, or do your cats just eat them? You don't have cardinals there? I actually had wondered. Yeah, we get some robins. I had one that was trying to nest on the side of my house, but a squirrel was already living in it. So it's like, maybe I shouldn't live here. Um, I did notice I have one spot at my house that just a bunch of animals have nested in it. I've been blessed to have that experience. But I saw one of these little Grim Reaper of neighbors cover the spots on their house that nothing can nest in it. And I was like, that tells me a lot of who you are, you know? Because how do you think you're so lucky to have a nest there anyways, you know? Because it is kind of random. You never know what animals are going to do. I've had owls there. I've had woodpeckers. I've had squirrels. I've had multiple woodpeckers woodpecker nests there, which has been really cool. I was telling Fraggle a couple weeks ago that I had a cardinal nest over here on the side, but it is kind of more high traffic than I think they probably thought, and they probably wanted to be really close to the stand because it's close to it, but enough to still protect like their babies because there's a lot of traffic to the stand at times. Um, so they parked it over here, but then they ended up abandoning the nest, which was kind of sad. I was like, no. But I kept seeing her for a couple of weeks. She was like kind of poking her head. I was trying to be mindful and not walk the dogs that way. Sound like a balloon at first. I was like, I think this one's de-seeded. I probably look crazy since you can't really see it. Or like, coriander. Oh, I felt like maybe I know that, and I just like didn't link it together. Well, that's cool. I got a lot of cilantro from over here though when it finally did start growing. I was eating everything with cilantro, and I had mentioned this morning that it just tastes better grown before they all get to it. Oh, and do whatever they do to the food, but it has like such a great taste. But with the dehydrator that I've been trying to make spices and stuff with, it doesn't do like cilantro is not worth like dehydrating because it loses its flavor. I made some kale chips though. I had a kale bush over here, and that thing has provided me like 3 batches of kale chips. So that's been fun. I'm like, you want to come work out in the garden with me? I'll make you a cuppa and you can just chill. Look at all these seeds. Crazy. Wow, and I saw all those bushes. I want to say I got 5 or 6, maybe more, that I need to pull over there. Wait, you can't have cherries, or is it strawberries? I'm like, don't give her the red fruits. I, yeah, I actually said that too. Like, I just let nature run its kind of course. Like, I just do my watering when it gets drier out and there's not enough rain. I just try not to overwater it, but I just like sprinkle them in. I'm trying to do this flower section in front of the patio, but I lost so much during the freeze this year that it was like, it was pretty sad. It was like finally going somewhere. I still have some stuff, so I'm blessed and thankful for that. So don't croak on me, okay? But I literally like a couple weeks ago threw a bunch of seeds down, and some of the sprouters are happening now. So I'm like, what? But it looks like kind of deserty. It's like patchy right now. It's like a bad like shave job on a dude. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So I was like, I thought it was cherries you couldn't have. I'm like, well, either one because I may forget it again. I'm not giving you any cherries or strawberries. You're like, no, 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 Desi, I can have the strawberries. I'm like, no. I'm like, how do you know you can have the strawberries? I don't need you croaking on me. I've actually been blessed to get like 10 strawberries in the last like week or so from my little strawberry section over here. But I got some big suckers from the grocery store, and they were like $1 a box. It was crazy. I don't know what that is in British, but it was probably cents. It was literally $1 per strawberry box, and I was like, what's wrong with these? But they were so big. I ate them, they were fine. And then I regrew some in the garden, and they're so much bigger than the other strawberries. Now, when it comes to different strawberries, I'm just a magical planner. Maybe I get better as I go, but I'm not like, this is the strawberry, and this is the ginormous big sucker, and this is the white ones, like, because they have the pale strawberries too. I'm like, no, there's just strawberries here. Any professional gardener is probably like, oh no, don't listen to her. But yeah, just like you said, let nature's do its thing. If I'm supposed to have it, I'm supposed to have it. I moved a tomato plant that was with the cilantro over here and one basil plant. And I moved it to my raised garden bed because I actually have 2 other tomato plants that are growing because I lost all my tomato plants during that freeze. It was so annoying. They were like thriving. And I pulled some off before the freeze and I was able to eat some, but I should have pulled the other ones because I left them and I was like, it won't be that bad. It was, and it literally froze them and couldn't eat them. So, yeah, I'm like, cherries and strawberries are like besties, so that's a no. At one point with all the strawberries though, I was unsuccessful because I did have the strawberries on the other side by the salon where the cilantro is now. Oh, like allergies. I um I moved them I moved them to the garden bed when I started the garden bed last year, and they were thriving. I was so glad that I didn't lose them. But when I moved that tomato plant to the garden bed, and I was like, dang. But I got little teeny tiny tomatoes growing right now. I'm like, you want to go for a tour around the garden? I'm gonna get some water because it's hot as heck out here. I'm gonna get some water, and then I'll be back and go on a little tour about what I'm kind of trying to grow and what nature will allow me to grow. And I'm gonna pull those cilantros over there. So I'm like, if you're still here in a second, I'll show you on what I'm trying. What I'm trying to do. I found a planter pot a couple weeks ago and I repainted it. So I put that outside last week, but I haven't like really officially planted anything in it. I've had this little flower bush. It's supposed to be a bush, but it's died and like come back throughout the years. I had pieces of it at one point, and one piece is still left, which I think is the original piece. I put that in there, but that thing is, I think, my first plant ever here. So I'm actually really shocked it still exists. So it must be magical because some have come and gone. It may be, put some food coloring on it. Yeah, I was like, I saw a few different types of strawberries, and I was like, okay, you're losing me. Like, if it grows, it grows. Like, I'm not gonna be like, I prefer a blue strawberry over the ginormous one over the little puny one. Like, no, just give me my strawberries. I've been putting them in like different things like yogurt and smoothies, and I've been like living it up because I do want to like I want to actively eat what I'm making. Like my neighbor over here a week ago or so was all like, remember, eat what you grow. And I'm like, that's the freaking point. Like, what are we talking about? That's the point. And now that I have the dehydrator, that's helped a lot too because I don't want to lose plants, but I want to be able to like preserve like spices and stuff like that. And my spices are good times. So I definitely am trying to eat what I grow. That's the whole point of that. So I don't waste things. So in the beginning, I was just trying to grow a little bit of this, a little bit of that. But I'm starting to become more like organized with exactly what I'm growing because I had a radish tree thing growing in my garden bed, and it made the garden bed look fuller, but I still don't know if it's radish that was growing, but I'm not going to eat it. Like, I'm just not. So I ended up pulling it, and I was like, yeah, I guess he was right. But that had been planted forever ago. So that's weird with these seeds. Sometimes they just like take forever. Some of them take a couple months to grow, and some of them take months, and all of a sudden it just grows, and I'm like, how does this work? Tell me. Yeah, exactly, exactly. And like beggars can't be choosers. I'm more excited about the growth of something and to be able to eat it and it not kill me. That's always a perk. And plus it saves with like the grocery store here and there. We're growing things. I tried the blueberries, but unsuccessful. I tried them around the strawberries, but I've really kind of like paired things now. I'm getting better where I'm pairing things. Like strawberries actually work great with a little bit of onion, and the onion can be a repellent towards rats. And basil grows really great with strawberries too, which is pretty cool. I had a huge basil plant there last year, and then the strawberries took off, and then I put the onion with it. Like over here, I'll have to show you in a second. Over here, I have lemongrass growing. The lemongrass is by itself because it'll take over, but it's funny, the neighbor that was like telling me not to waste things, he's like, yeah, I grow basil, oregano. He had like a little list, and he was saying he puts it in his tea. And I was like, you, nothing in your yard lives. Like, where are these plants? I was like, let me not be a brat. I used to be, my long lost sister, SA, she said over the weekend, she was like, I thought about giving her one of my donkey ear plants too. It's funny that she had mentioned this But she was like, yeah, girl, I'll just kill a cactus. And I was like, oh my gosh, like I used to be like that though. And there's still some stuff that is like very forgiving for me, so I feel blessed. But there's still some stuff that I only get to certain stages and then it croaks. And I'm like, what is happening? Sounds like he's outside, probably. Yeah, well, when he said it to me, I like was like, don't look around. I was like, okay, it's like calling the kettle black. I was a confusing conversation. He ended up telling me one of the other really nosy secret HOA dudes came to his job. Oh, a blue jay just like flew in hot. Um, he has like a peanut. He looks so cute. I um I literally he was telling me how the neighbor went there and then the neighbor like literally bitched the whole time, and he told him that he would pretty much give him everything for free besides alcohol, like literally told him that. And he ended up complaining, said the server tried to steal his card, all this stuff. So he's like telling me I'm like out there gardening early in the morning, so I try to get it before the heat, especially in the spring summer. And he's like, hey, and I was like, oh my god, the dog's lost it. He was like holding like a gutter and he was like just putting it up, and I ended up saying to him like, you realize you have to like bolt that thing down, like you putting a plant in front of it is not gonna keep it there. But you could tell he was just trying to have a conversation. It wasn't even about the gutter. But once he picked up the gutter, the dogs lost it even more. They were already losing it because they were probably expecting me to be in and out, and that's how I work sometimes. I like make sure I get a little gardening stuff done in the morning and the ducks and all that stuff and get back in. And he, oh yeah, I was planting seeds that day. This is a couple weeks ago. I was planting seeds because I was like, well, let me get back on the seed planting now, because when the summer comes in, it just will probably fry most things. And he just like pops out of nowhere, and I'm like, you're like peeping Tom. He probably does think that. I was asking him about the tea because I was like, oh, you make a tea with that? Because I'm all about a good tea, you know, a cuppa. And then I'm like, where do you grow this shit? Like, there's no way. He gets in trouble by the HOA a lot. I'm talking about they bully him. At one point they bullied me a lot, so I don't know who was worse, me or him that was getting bullied, but because we were like partners, not partners, like neighbor partners, like next to each other, like literally next to each other, partner, no, but literally next to each other, it's like we're tied together in that sense because they bullied the other one next to me on the other side. But the one that he gave the free dinner to or whatever is secret HOA and has been doing all of this shit for years. And I've known this, and it just gets more and more exposed throughout like random events. And I'm like, wow, like you giving him a free almost $300 dinner does not make him your friend. He doesn't care about you. You're still gonna get HOA letters. Like, it doesn't work. He was like, I was trying to do what you said a few years ago of being political, like trying to be like, okay, well maybe you get more flies with honey than vinegar. No, no, no. BRB. Okay. For anyone that cares, we're going on a tour. I'm gonna grab the rest of that cilantro. And my phone is like broken. Oop. Got him. Oh, you're fine. He's like, get inside, lady. Anyways, you're still here. Yeah. So all the proof besides photos I can show those. But look, oh, look at this one. Oh, what a cutie. Oh, this one's probably a goner, but look at it. Oh, this one's a teeny tiny. Is that even a strawberry? That's a cherry. No, I'm just kidding. This one's pretty small too, though. But look how big these leaves are. These are from the ginormous ones. Oh, finally, I'm gonna get a strawberry from it. I have not got a strawberry from the ginormous ones yet. Or actually, I don't know. Maybe, because I keep getting them from this little batch. This is more cilantro too, by the way, but it's not entirely ready yet. Oh, look at the teeny tiny. They're so cute. The cool part is that if it doesn't work out, like this is so small. Like look at this. Like I showed this one is so small, but there's still some seeds on it. So like I can just replant it back into the garden. This will probably be replanted back into the garden. Or nature may eat it, who knows. These look so cute though. They look like professional. They're like, yeah, we'll be up here. These look good. And then the cilantro. Really sad. My duck had abandoned her babies. But there's sunflowers growing around it. It's like pretty angelic. And this is dill. Dill I've actually dehydrated in the dehydrator. I can't really look at the eggs long, y'all. It makes me really sad. You gotta keep it moving. Look at this guy. He's like, wee! I finally got a flower bloom in the cucumber section. And this one's starting to vine. Look at him. He's hanging on for dear life. Thanks, Joe. This was carrots. It still is carrots. But it was like shelter for mama duck. Oh, this is us. Let me pick these because they're looking a little crazy. This is sunflower. So I'm gonna have some sunflower seeds soon. I know it. I'm gonna get rid of these so it doesn't work as hard. A random flower plant that's not blooming. I was able to save some plants during the freeze, but most of them no. It even took out most of my bamboo, man. This is how you kind of figure out what's going on with your carrot, because if you pull it, it could be like this big. Oh yeah, I can't really talk about it, Joe, but she's okay, thank God. But there was some coyotes out here, and I built like a barrier for her, but they really hurt her. But thank God she didn't get like bit or anything, but she had like, I think, 2 swollen sprained ankles. I wonder how big this carrot is. This is me avoiding sadness because it broke my heart. And finally, the eggs nothing's messed with the eggs. It's been a minute. But she abandoned the nest, and I'm pretty sad. She worked so hard for it, like so hard. And I can't even look at it. And there's like stipulations on moving eggs. Oh, that's a big old carrot. Look at that. Oh, but see, look, it could look big, and then it's like this. Look at that. So I'm just letting nature run its course with the eggs, but the sunflowers that are growing around it, because I stopped planting things there when she started nesting there, I was like, well, she had like her own little like hidden area. I filled this with bamboo all the way to here, so she was like protected. But then I feel like she just was tired of it. She's actually over here under the tree with the mallards. She was super friendly in the beginning. Actually, it's probably better to shoot on nature. She was super duper friendly, like she loved me, and the baby daddy just like has not been back. He came back one time during the eggs, and he probably thinks that she has them now. Look at this guy. She probably thinks that she has them now, but no. It's actually cute that they're all like hanging out with each other. And the ibis bird under there. That's hilarious. But her legs are way better now, which is really really good. Look at this. It's like browning. They sprayed out here this week, and I hate when they spray out here because who knows what the heck they're spraying. But look, the pond is like dried up. Usually it's like more fuller and everything, but it's been like a drought. Super drought. Looks like a land before time and shit out here. I tried potatoes too. This is my new little rock section, y'all. I put some seashells down too. Can't really see any more seashells, but I have some pink rocks and I really been debating on throwing them down, like bazaar. But I tried to grow potatoes too, and I actually was able to grow some, but then they bloom flowers as well. I got one potato that I thought was like, edible. It was white on the inside. I was so fucking confused. I was like, well, I don't know if I want to eat that. And I forgot to research what that even meant, so I need to look into that. These guys are getting way too much sun. These are like donkey ears. And this is that bush. It was like way bigger, and then I try to replant it out, so I'm hoping this big ass pot helps it live its best life. This is my desert of a guard or flower section. These survived the freeze, so I was thankful for that. My sage survived. I need to be just throwing sage in this bitch because it's corrupted, and by corrupted, this bitch, I mean this neighborhood. Yeah, I actually took a couple of the rocks to my best guy friend's tree, but I have some in there, and I thought about putting the ladybugs and the strawberries in there. And I need to put a couple. They're supposed to be really good. The rocks are supposed to be really good with what's the random flower? The rocks are supposed to be really good with protecting the garden. So if birds or whatever, I'm kind of like, if the bird really wants the strawberry and gets to it before I do, then nature will run its course. I'm not going to shoo away the birds that I feed, but I would like to be able to eat my stuff too. So I've been thankful to eat the strawberries this time around, because last time I was like getting one strawberry like every 2 million years, and then sometimes that most of the time I wouldn't be able to get to eat it. Something else ate it first. I'm like, little brat. Look, this has teeny tiny tomatoes. I'm hoping this is the cherry tomatoes that I saved. So I finally got a plant of cherry tomatoes. That's a flower. But then the freeze came and I lost it. And I tried to grow back the seeds from the tomatoes that we're trying to grow from it. So I'm hoping that's what that is. Anyways. I thought about the pink rocks. I'll have to show you the pink rocks when I go back in. Oh, I'm getting flowering. These are peppers. Oh, that's cool. And a random flower. I try to support pollinators because everything works hand in hand together. Oh, look, it's a teeny tiny. A little tomato. A little Worcestershire sauce. Look at this lettuce. I had a bunch of lettuce where the nest is. But when she took over, I was like, here, you can have the lettuce. She was eating the lettuce too. She loved it. I had a really weird realization though when I was doing this thing is the tomato plant I moved over. Some of it's still alive, but dang. I moved it over, wishful thinking, hoping. But anyways, I in the rocks over here when I was like cleaning it out, in making that little section, I literally was cleaning off some of these rocks and they were seashells. And I was like, wait, I have some seashells. So that's where I got the seashell idea from as well. But they were already in these rocks. So I was like, oh, are they scraping the ocean for us to have freaking rocks at our house? It gave me a sad moment. They may really be doing that, and I've just been living under a rock, and I don't know, but there were several pieces over there. I kept them over there too, but it was sad. I didn't point some of them out, but I was like, wow, you guys are like scraping the ocean for this to give us rocks for for house stuff. Like, screw the ocean though, right? It's wild. I seen a documentary a year or so ago. I think it is called like Ocean or something, and it has the British dude. He's been around for a long time, but they were talking about them scraping the ocean and stuff, and super sad, greedy. It's like nature and the ocean does so much for us. Nature and the ocean probably go hand in hand, but they do so much for us, and just we're just so ungrateful. Sad. Yes. Bubble wrap. I actually got this thing from the flea market. It's like a nesting thing. It's like a bird netting thing that helps keep the birds away. But then I got this is my lemongrass, and then I got a bird or a plant blanket. So next year I'll be prepared more. I honestly was just trying to be like, it'll be fine. It wasn't. It was not fine. I lost like pretty much everything by learning lessons, right? I need to come in here with clippers so I don't destroy things. Yes, David. My one little pepper. I'm gonna go get some more cilantro. They all look so cute under there. I think I showed this. This is my little other tomatoes. They're so cute. I think those are romaine though. We shall see. Fraggle said he started a garden. Oh, look, a monarch. Joe, that was for you. That's so cute. I hope it doesn't cut me off because I'm walking around. Oh, that was perfect. My aloe plant is suffering. Hold on. Great. And just like this, you do it like that. So I got a bunch of them. Let's leave that real quick. And some weeds that I don't need. This is really gonna wipe out the little garden over here. It honestly looks pretty cool when things were more alive, you know. It's not maintained. But the joke's on them because it's a bunch of seeds and that means more planting. Alright, almost done. We got some sage over here too. Need sage everywhere. I've been thankful for sage because at one point I could not get it to grow. And then when it finally started to grow, like random places, basil too, if you can see that. Once I finally started getting it to grow, I was like, oh, is that sage? Now I've got a few spots of sage, and I'm like, yes. Okay. Oh wow, it's funny, I can smell like the basil like hardcore now. Basil's like, yeah, get all that cilantro out of here. But the basil is flowering too. I don't know if you can see that. It's flowering too, but it'll start to have seeds. Alright. Take my stuff. Okay. Look at this. I feel like I lucked out. Look at all these seeds. Crazy. It's totally her saying hi. That's literally what I thought of. I think of your mom too. I'm like, I don't even know your mama. But I know the JoJo. And she's like, what up, girl? Let's talk about that gardening. Just don't give Joe any cherries or berries or strawberries. I'm like, you got it. Look at this. This is crazy. You see me? No, you don't. Or you see me? No, you don't. Whew, my brain is like shuts down in heat. What is happening? I had to take the dogs out too and charge the potato. I'm at like 10%. Whew. I let them out. Did I bring my bucket? Dang it, I didn't even bring the bucket back. Bucket. Yeah. I'm gonna charge the potato. Take the dogs out, get some lunch. Good chat, JoJo. Yeah, good chat. My pup's like, yeah. I appreciate some good vibes. Always appreciate when you come in here. You're always welcome, madame. You are the queen. You know? Maybe. Oh, I'm at 5. Oh my gosh, Joe, you're probably gone. My potato passed. My potato needed some juice. But thank you for stopping in, Joe. I hope we can chat again soon. Catch you in the garden. We are always spiritually connected through the garden and butterflies and animals in the woozy sauce. You're the best.